Alrighty, it is time for us to continue working on our cave system. So those are the caves that we did last time. I did a little directional check because I noticed when I was putting in the levels earlier into the spline, then everything was suddenly that the left wall was suddenly on the right, and that was because it was flipped in space, so I needed to double check that, and that's why we have that debug one, which only shows if I've which only shows here when I filter for debug, which we do not. But that's why we did the tag system, so that when we had it here and put everything in here, this is basically our. Here I just check for intersections, and if the intersection is gone, then I split everything into their own splines again. So that's basically what's happening here. Then I take the data here, and here is the critical point. So we have our 5 levels here, and I made a subgraph. And basically, it looks quite wild, but let me clean it up a little to make it more readable. Basically what it is, as you can see when I clean it up here a little, it is not that wild. It's just that point data put through a random choice over and over again. And when you see it like that, it's probably a little bit more readable, especially when I put the output at the output location. But yeah, you can see it how everything comes just together. We do a bunch of random choice just to. This is a random choice of a ratio of 0.2 because it's basically 0.2 plus 0.2 plus 0.2 plus 0.2 plus 0.2. So in the end, we have the equal of 1. We would have 6. We would divide 100 through 6. And then we have the value that the percentage value that we need to use here. That's basically all that we do. We're working with percentages. And yeah, it randomizes through that. Made it its own node because we're using it over and over and over again. The one thing that you also see here is that I implemented a seed. This is just so that I can have a different seed for left wall, right wall, and basically our ceiling, which is actually this. I haven't renamed it. My bad, but that's the ceiling. So they all have different seeds. I haven't yet seen how I can actually create a random number and put that in. That seems to be not a feature for PCG, so that's why it's just a constant here that we really quickly use. And yeah, with that, we have this randomness. If I would be to change this seed value, bam, we have a different outcome each time. We have a different scene. So that's the thing that we did here. And basically we have to do the same with the mid-sized ones. And we have to do something about our floor, which I think that I think I will approach it a little bit differently. I think I will take just a plane and put a displacement on there. So we basically have this then at one point. But yeah, if I fly through here, you can see how random the cave looks, how it's not like you don't see repetition quite often. There's repetition, of course, but it doesn't appear to be that critical. And yeah, now we do one thing that they also do have is collision, of course. But yeah, we do have that kind of stuff now. And now we basically, what I basically want to do now is creating pieces that we can then use to make a big cave. So what I basically want, let's just take that blocking volume here really quick. So I want to have a volume and define a big area with that. So let's say we have a room, maybe not exactly like that, more like that. That shall be our room. So if we put it anywhere in here, that we then fill out that room with those particular pieces here. So we can then design the room. So that's one big thing that we need to create. We need to create assets for that. So we need to have the corner pieces. I want to basically have 4 different, maybe more than 4 different ones. Since they are like that, since they are a system where we have one corner like that, what we basically can do is just, now it is basically center it here at one point, and then have it be the left edge. the right edge, the top left edge, right. You can basically flip it all the way. So we only need variations of this one edge. I'm doing well. How are you? Actually, let me pull that one over again here and that one over here. So, oh yeah, you might have missed it, but remember how we tagged everything last time? We basically just this is what we did last time. This plane here, by the way, is just to align all the caves to one and the same height, so that we do not run into troubles. And then we basically randomized it. We randomized the left wall, we randomized the right wall, and now and the ceiling. This is what all of this is doing. That's why we did all the tagging, so we can do this kind of stuff and have it look good. Now we have to basically fill the spline with since you see, if I put it in like this, we will have those gaps. One thing I will do later on is having it filled by a solid mesh that goes along with the spline. Oh, it's a huge cave, and it can be even huger. It all bends to that spline now, so that will help designing. There are a few more things that we will definitely apply to, like having multiple splines intertwining with each other, basically like a street network, and then having rooms towards that size and towards what kind of opening do we have, where is that opening, so we kinda can create kinda like crossings just with entire caves. That thing will not be able to do with PCG only. That requires a plugin called PCG Extended. I also want to say extreme. But yeah. So for the big cave, so let's say that room is a little bit tiny. Let's say a room of that size. So anything that's bigger than that, we kind of want to create pieces. But I kind of, now that I think about it, now that I think about it, kinda, want it to be a cube of that size for everything. Yeah, I think we go for simple shapes. We put down one cube. We kind of want to have that one. Should it be really be a cube? No, no. It should be something more into that direction. Maybe as tall as that, yeah. But if I have it cubey, I can... Cubey is better. So if I keep it like that, this big of a cube, I have to put this one into its own group anyway, so... Let's call it corner A. And that's somewhat the size, so let's erase the cube. Put it right on the level of our And then we can basically take that cube always as a reference. Let's make it a little bit bigger. We have that. We have that for the middle section. And the wall end pieces. Basically only need those to test out the system and then make variations later on. Yeah, we have that cube covered, as we can see here. Maybe can even it'll be fine. We just keep it like that. No matter, doesn't matter that it is like that. We just have to cover the edges of that cube then, and then the edges of that cube and the ceiling for that corner piece, and then we have those same for that. But before we design that, let's, instead of that, let's make another PCG graph. That's a empty one that we create. We call this PCG sub. So that there will be a subgraph. Let's call it edges. And let's drag that one.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Over here. So the one thing that we need, basically, we need to get volume data. It can be itself. We need a volume sampler. And technically, it's hard to see here. If I fill it with wireframe cubes instead, it gets a little bit more clearer. We need bigger cubes. Take one of this one. Put it in here so then we can basically, we know how to scale. our points. 600 is too small. Oh wait, 600 and 600 and 600. That's too less, so we need to maybe the double. Let's figure out our cube size first before we continue anything. Maybe 1000. It's between 1000 and 1200, so it's maybe 1100. And only needs to be roughly this size. It's close enough that we can work. This is still too small, and we're getting closer. Yeah, that seems close enough, I would say. Will be a little bit of a difference, but it seems close enough for our volume to create the room that we want. That looks like a good room to test from that side. Maybe from that side none. Let's put it like that. Yeah, the sampler is okay. Let's see. Now I keep it bounded. Oh, it definitely will be bounded. Never mind. The points, the okay, so basically when we have that, let me actually make that a debug node. So that instead we can always put it onto the next. And now we want to filter. We want to get the lower left corners here, and we want to get the top corners, and then the ones that are between it. So we have the corner pieces, and then we can get the edges. We basically want to collect all the data that we have here. Basically, if I turn this into a level instance, we could then already test those out, but I will just make a cube in the debug with a different color code. So, first thing first, we need to look at the data, actually. So the Z position is the one we want to filter first, right? It's an attribute filter that we need. Actually, no, that's an attribute select the minimum of Z. And if we look at those nodes now, oh, yeah, of course. We need both attribute filter, and that's where our point position Z is the exact same as this position Z. So now we have all the ones at the bottom. If we flip that around, and have our maximum instead, then we should get all the ones that are on top. If we put that both in, oh, yeah. Filter here, input goes here, inside filter of that, and inside filter of that. Do I get everything here? That's not correct. Put it both on position to be sure we have the right input. Okay, so my selection works. Just my filter done. Oh, other way around. So now we have the top and the bottom. And now we basically need, we better split that more often. But we do it for, let's do it for the bottom first. So we take our input again, basically take that also, but this time it's the eggs. So if we okay, now it's correct. So right now we get all the ones from here. So where Z is eggs. You see how this is getting it looks more complicated than it is, but it is basically repeating itself over and over again. So I kind of want to test something out, because if that is working the way I think it is, we might get let's make an integer. No. Constant integer. And let me debug that one. It should only be one axis. So value from 0 to 2. So that seems to be correct, but I do not get the output I would expect. If this is an integer, I would have assumed x is 0, y is 1, and z is 2. If I put it like that now, why are you not giving me the output of... Basically, if I were to... Wait, what? Okay, we just treat it as is, as it would be. So we say that this is 2. Let's just put down a transform points now, just to make it a little bit easier. As we take the inside filter here and the inside filter there, just so that we can now go ahead and be collapse into subgraph. And we call this min-max point, or point min-max. Min max. What's the error? Oh, everything is alright. Concrete data, subtype point. Was it? Anyways, we continue. So, we have our constant here, which will be an input here, though. And we call this x's. Hey, how are you doing? type of data I need. I cannot change it to it, can I? Type. How do you just work out? Nice. Okay, can we branch? So if this one is 0, can we actually make a select based on the value we get? We do. Okay, let's think. Constant string. Need that for X and we need that for Y. So if it is a 0, then it will be in there. Otherwise, if it will be it will be 1, it was Y, if it was... Okay, that should work with that. This way I can determine what axis I'm on and can put that into target attribute and threshold attribute for both. Now we can clean a little bit up. Let's make that different. named reroute, and we call this axis. So that way we can put that in determine axis, put that in there, and have everything in there so it's a little bit cleaner to read. Just a little bit, not much. We put this one there then, this one here then. Okay, and now theoretically, if I change this to 1, I get this. 0, I get this. Hell yeah, it works. Good. So now we can make things a little bit easier for us, because now we can say go for 2, which is the z-axis. Let's take minimum of that, put that one through a min-max. Well, for the y, and now we branch basically through that to get the edge corners. Now if we go for here for the z, our minimum, we get those 2 corner points. If we do the
Adlings are
same
invading the void for 90 seconds.
with that one, we have our corners. So that way we can navigate through everything here. So where's our point? I'll put there. So what we basically need now is, can we just, god damn it. All right. with new pins, and the pin is of type point wizard. Point data. Let me debug it again because I want the right point. I even call them those minus z minus y. I know, weird naming, but this will be minus y and minus x1 plus x, and there will also be point. Okay, so basically we have this, 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 and this. We have to basically do the exact the same. For this. Bring them all to point. Name it later. Oh, let's name it directly. So we have minus z minus y minus x. What was the beginning? Now we have that. And then We are almost done. We're not completely done. This is for the corners, but we also need I take now that and go back to God damn it. I'll do it like that now. Yeah, let's do it like that then. We are call it edge detection. And that one goes also then to the helper section. Move here. Because we need to make a new one here. ECG. It didn't watch out. Made a big mistake. And make that one definitely. And let's keep it spatials, because then it can be anything. More versatile this way. So now we go to sub corners. Per kind of want to give them all a prefix here. PCG age. Let's call it that. Just so we know, it's a PCG helper function. This is where we take this. And in here we now take a debug node. Let's say, for example, that one. And now we delete that one. We put out the other one. Dungeons, cave, sub corners. That one way bigger. All possible directions. Just like that. Wonderful. That seems to work. We have all 8 of those. We basically need all of them without the edges again. So we need edge detection. We call it then. Make another min-max. That should be 1. So there are 2 things that we have to basically so we have this and the eggs. What? You get to go into access, so you go in there. This one goes to into there. Let's make that named reroute. Put that also a little bit down. Let's make it makes sense in that sense as well. Let's make it consistent. Named reroute and another named reroute. I hate when I copy that it actually takes the string. I mean, I know why. It's just a little bit annoying. Okay, that way we have those little edges. If I combine them all here. We not quite have them though. As well, fuck it. You have to take all of that and put it all over here, cause now we basically have to difference out our points here. If I not show the columns, you can see that they are still there. We do need basically the information without them. Make it more readable, I will do everything as a reroute node. Which means we will have a bunch of those, and I will put them here. We'll have that one. That one. We have basically those. And we have Z. annoying, but we have to do it like that. We do not really have to do it, but it makes it more readable. If I have it like that. That way in here. Take that one first. I would have made a mistake here anyways. Minus c minus y. Oh, wait. That's not minus y. Minus c minus y. X, that one. So I have those two corners. This one is the source. And you guys, there's the difference. I'm a little bit confused right now. That makes sense, yes. But if I would now take that point, this one. Oh. Yeah, that wouldn't work. That only works where maximum. There we go. If I do it correctly, then it works. So now we have a team might help. Yeah, actually, yeah. Good point. Good point. So that would be our plus corner. So this will be this one. Now we do the same and with different. And that one will be that. So here in this case, we will need minus z but plus y. X. And plus z and y. We're in the one corner. Probably in the one corner. Double check. Yes, I very much am. That is one.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Z minus yx. Where's it? I. What else? That one and. Oh, that one is the wrong one. Should be those. Should be that one. Yeah, those two. Other ones for. That one. We have those two corner pieces. The naming correct though. Yes, minus my minus x minus yx. Yes, okay. That one is correct. Now we do the same here. those two, right? Oh wait, not that one. That one is wrong. Minus the y minus x. Wait, no. That's what we have here. Now we need minus the. Now we have our 2. Start with those. This is y minus x. And that one is the corner. We are almost done. Almost. Now we basically need the node to create everything else. And that's why I create another named reround. Call that one edges. Merge points. Make it then like that. And then, yes, well, let's clean. Yeah, that one gets rid of that. So we're almost done with that. Basically, Let's call that edges. Let's call that corners. It looks way more worse than it actually is. This looks complicated. It's not. It's very simple. But that's the type of simple. You notice how simple it is once you do it. It looks more complicated than it actually is. Simple math. Very, very simple math. So before we forget about that, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's see how it is. It's okay there. Corner, and then it's this. Will also be point data. Data. Now we basically have all the informations that we need for that corner to work. We have to at one point translate them. So we either do it here or there. I just do it there. Doesn't really matter at which step you do it. Important is that you do the point conversion from concrete data to a point. Corners. Probably will clean later. At one point I will clean this up. Make everything of that. Also be of that, but right now what we need where did my I am certain I gave you a comment. Edges. actually. Edges. And I should probably also name them edge, not corner. Let's make that make more sense. That's an edge, not a corner. Doing that same for the reroute. Let's make it consistent. Yeah, now we only need to put them out and back in again. Just how it works. Okay, now if I put that in again. They were out. Those give me all of that. Now we have a difference node. Actually, let's make it easier. That way we don't need to copy, set the data again. We have this, and we have edges. And now we should have everything without those corners. Perfect. Named routes. And we call that sides. Sides. Corners. Look at that. And now we only need to add one more point. Sides. Why does it do that? Why does it do each time it converts, it gets rid of all? It even puts this one off center. Like, huh? What? Why? Why is it doing that weird behavior? But yeah, now we do have our edges, we do have our sides, And we have the coordinator. Let's clean that actually up again. By taking all of those. Bring them all here. Stuck together all the minuses. And all of these. Corners. Disconnect them all. Oh fuck. Those up. Those are down. Corners. Edges. Lines. Now we have a clean and readable graph. All the inputs here, and then we can see it. Okay, yeah, everything is coming from here. Maybe one thing that we can clean up a little. Is to have it like that. That's maybe a little bit more readable. Here we have the edges. We match together, different set. We have other sides. We take out the edges and have then only the sides. And with the corners, we take out the corners here. Yes, perfect. That way we can use the edge detection in our sub-corners here. Let's make it that. And here, go for advanced flag. And last but not least, for that one, and now we can see how our different elements come here to be. So that's for that. For ceiling and stuff, we have to do something. We basically only have to use as our upper min max point subgraph node. That one in there. Constant integer. The integer is 2. And then let's have red for the ceiling. And blue for the bottom. So here we have now our floor. And our ceiling. And we have our complete room. So corners. Edges. Sides. Floor. And ceiling. We have basically everything set to populate that kind of. So we have prepared our PCG. We only need to fill it later with live. So we got all the cases. This, what we did right now, we may reuse it for creating, let's say, a building, an entire building. Right now it's just one big room that we define. When this comes in here, actually, let me double check something. Okay. We are not finished at all. Because our side is not complete. We have to have side center and sides bottom and sides top. We have to we have to make more differences. This is why making it like that and debugging is quite essential. Now probably we will lose everything again. Side center means we take that one off. Come back in. Just copy those in the hopes that it will not mess with our comments again. Then we have sides ceiling, which also will be points. And
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
sides floor, which also will be points. Which means we need that one. That one will be on the 2. Okay, now we have then. Now we do have a union. No, not union. God damn it. What was the... What's the opposite of difference node called again? Fuck. My brain is not braining right now. I know where I use it. Oh. Somewhere right here. Do I use it here? Intersection. That's the one. Intersection. And this is where things get interesting because we need two of them. We need intersection of minimum and this intersection of maximum. And this one should be the floor, and that one should be the ceiling. Named why not just doing it like that? Okay. Floor, ceiling, floor, signs, ceiling. Like that. Post into ceiling. Let's actually make it like that. So it makes visual more also a sentence. In that case, I also want to change the order. Ceiling goes there. Floor goes there. And U minus U will be the floor. And this one out the end will be this. Almost. not them as important for the floor, but for this one, it is very important. So yeah, it's correct. Never mind. Let's just to have an top corners and bottom corners. Makes it maybe a little bit more readable too. So merge points. That one we get the pier one. Hey Doomy, how are you doing? Alright, that way we do have everything in a separated manner. Have all the points how we need them. Separated, useful. And now we can start designing. Now we have prepared our PCG for that. Now we only need to create the assets that it will use. So which basically only means that let's see what type of elements do we even need? We need one bottom floor piece for the corner. Then we need one corner piece for our edge case. We kind of need to see about the rotation though. That's why we have all of that separate, but for we might need to do all of this 4 times. One for plus x, one for minus x, one for minus y and plus y. Unless we find another way, we will see. Maybe we have to do things entirely different than we actually did. Yeah, we will see. We will see. We will start first creating, but I think we might need to separate everything. Might have oversimplified it when I put it in here. Yeah, yeah, we have oversimplified it. However, we can use all of that stuff from here. Let's put the edges actually outside. We don't take that with us, but we take that and we make that into here. Don't have it there. Helper. And we call that PCG top, bottom, center. Top, top, center, bottom. So that way. And now for the fun part. Actually, let's call it minus x. That's basically what will happen here. We have this. And then that one again. And here it is, y. That easily we already have created all what we need. At least the data for it. We have to store it and give it out. Come on. Come on. Let me grab you. There we go. X, Y. A little bit of spacing so it's looking a little bit better. Now we do have to call those. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. God damn it. Clicked out of it. Let's convert them all to points first. If I could actually manage this thing, not always click out of it. God fucking damn it. 1 to that one. And finally, last but not least, now almost done. Man, this is data heavy, but not complicated. Just data heavy. Let's go with minus. Healing. And center. And then floor.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Ceiling, center, floor. Okay, minus Y. There we go. So we can see this data heavy. We have a lot of outputs, but not that much of complicated background. Of course, we have to now clean up a little bit here as we did get all of that. Make that more readable as well. A bunch of merge points. Everything that is a ceiling. Everything that is the floor. Just for fun, these. Everything. Make it 3 named reroutes. 1, 2, 3. Sides, floors. Signs, center. And side ceiling. That complicated of a mess looking. It looks more complicated than it actually is. This looks like a mess, but actually kind of beautiful mess. But that makes this one more readable too. So now I can go with science floor and science ceiling. Those in, that in, and that is clean. And let's put all of that into a comment. Let's call that shell. And that I call core. Now we do have everything that we need, because now we have everything to differentiate. So now we have everything to react to say, okay, no, now I need to rotate this piece by, let's say, 90 degree, or minus 90 degree, or 180 degrees. Now we have everything we need. Same for here. Those will all be transform points that lead into one and the same thing. Same here. So now we can design. We don't need that cube anymore. And I need to hydrate. Oh yeah, all we did here will be useful for other constructions as well. So it's not wasted energy. That's why we built everything modular. Very, very important. If you build something for gaming, you will reuse that stuff quite a lot. Make it modular. Still have to look more into how finicky of a system it is to make character creation modular. But basically, when we have characters also modular, you can have a very, very dense population of various NPCs. That comes to height, that comes to age. So basically, if you manage to make a character that is good looking with all the parameters, so that you basically could wrap around a UI system to make a character creation out of that, then yeah. I wish I had a contact that I could talk to that had already worked on a system like that. Well, that's all we have to find out on our own at one point. But right now, we only make our cave system here. So that one will be the easiest to make. Will I put it? I'll leave it. Leave it there, and then put that one below it here. So now I can hide that one and can work with that sign. I think the quickest way is to go here. Static mesh. Bam. And now we are in the right direction. I would say that one. And that one. That one. One. Oh, wait. Rotation. Give me that back to. I want to go to road. And rail. What is it doing right now that it is not reacting anymore and it's being stuck like that? My man, basically, I want to just change the rotation back to a different scale. I think it just didn't manage to. I think it's saving right now. I was interfering. Alright, well then, let's put it on that end. Let me check something. Check on lead time. Does Unreal do something while it is not responding? Yes, it seems to do something. CPU is working, is calculating something, so let's give it a little bit of time. And we are very unlucky. We will have to kill the process. Hmm. 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 I'm gonna have to kill the process. The memory does not change much. I killed the process. Fuck. Hate when that happens. How much process do we have left now? Regardless, if we have lost stuff, I just do it off stream again. The thought process of getting the information, calculating what the hell do we even need as a system, that's the most important step. Like narrowing everything down, not making it. Making is most of the times the easiest step. The figuring out what you need and how to get there, then is the more complicated stuff. Most of the times, most of the time that we spent right now today was figuring out what we need in order to get all the data we need. At where stuff exploded really quickly, but you could see, and then figuring out where can I use recursion to make it more adaptable, to make it more being usable for other things as well. Kind of like a programming mindset, but not quite. Not quite that. Good to know we didn't lose anything. Uh, we just have to go back to our scene though. Let's make another content browser. And let's go here to the scenes. And let's go back into it. And then we'd start designing again. That's where we probably lost a little bit of process. But we barely started, so it's not that much of a problem. Yeah. All we lost is just this. So let's take the floor again, put it over here. It's pretty much in. Thank you for the ad ban. So yeah, all we need to do, taking a bunch of those. That one maybe. Have a good look at what's the best candidate for making a wall out of it. That one is quite good. So we don't see from this side any of the cube. That's good. From the other sides, it doesn't matter. This is our okay. That one is big side A. 1, 2, just so we have a little bit of a guidance. Wait, why do I? Yeah, of course. Okay, with our bunch of placeholders here, and then we can now use to navigate through everything here.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Need a tiny little piece. That one. 90. Now that we have that, we are going for the top piece here. Then we use whatever we created here. And that looks good. Okay, now we create variations. No, not quite. We still need to kind of create stuff here as a corner piece. It should do that, and then you. Side center A. Ceiling center A. last piece. Last piece is basically this corner ceiling. We have that, we have that. Now we only need this one. Need to set up that one. Okay. We're almost done. Almost done that we can test everything but the center ceiling, like the core ceiling. Actually, we can make the core ceiling really quick as well. Actually, makes more sense to put that one there. You are ceiling core A. We don't want those. We only need to make our ceiling there and our corner and ceiling here. Once we made that, then we can prepare them all for our we basically can prepare them all for our for our don't need you only need different ceilings. Just to explain a little my thought right now. If I take everything here and just call it back wall, side wall, and ceiling. And all we need is there are different ceilings because we have variations of walls that we can actually use here. Just have to put those as a back wall to remind myself, hey, I have to rotate them a little in order to make them work. But basically nothing speaks against me taking the side wall from here to put it here randomly. So I'm basically creating 6 variations for this wall. Could create 6 variations for that wall. Which basically would be just that, just whatever we do here. Rotating it now. We're good. I think we just make one more here. Right here. Right there. I would start this time with one of these. So not like that. We start with it like that. Then take one of these. Lay them down like that. Maybe if we rotate just by 5 degrees, just like that. And a little bit back, a little bit more to the side, just like this. And how much? One more. Kind of like that. Now I take this one. I think I take it twice. One in that direction, one completely upside down. Nobody will be able to tell that I did that anyways, unless they So this live stream when I'm copying an entire roof that we already have. But flip it around one time so we have a little bit of a difference from it. And then use it here. But now we need to see the cube again. That one needs more work. That one. Yeah, it's this one. There we go with that. A little bit smaller. Or lemon, thank you for the hydrate and welcome. How are you doing? Yeah, that should do. So this, 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 and this. Well, we made quite the progress. So first thing is that we now have this tunnel here without the floor right now, but that's one thing. Then we have, of course, the medium-sized ones, which we also will use. So that tunnel right there is a make of those 5 elements here. We will do the same with this basically, with the medium. And we will do the same with that. I just have to bring everything together, start them to the right level. Bring stuff. Well, there's one thing I actually want to bring to everything. It's already okay, never mind. Then we put down cone. Make that cone red. Or red we can get. Oh, wrong one. There, red. It was actually already one of the... that one. That one in there. Scale it up. Put it into 90 degree. Come on. Let me... that direction, and we put that in here. In there. I have to position them better later in the levels, but for now it's all good. Actually, that one can go quite more here. So if that one, 2, 3, 4, 1, okay, over here.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
We just bring those together so that we have them there. And of course we need the directional one for... we need those directional shapes for those here as well. Just so we can tell where are we actually. That's somewhat in the middle. put someone in the middle too. Here. Last but not least, one should be here. Oh yeah, we have one more ceiling to do. Ceiling. It should do as ceiling with that one. The core. A side center. Okay, that's already that good. Okay. We take that one. That one. Oh, you are not ordered. You come to top side. Oh, that was one. You guys get the debug tag. So you your corresponding medium level. Yep, that looks good. This is where this one gets in. All right, tagging time. Pretty much everything. I'll get the cave tag. I'll get the big tag. But not all of them getting the wall tag. Let me... But from those, all again. So... That one. That one. And those. Hmm. Doesn't let me for sure, so I call this wall. And I will do Only that has nothing. Whatever. It will be cave. It will be big. Cave, big. Wall. Side. That one will be wall. And this one will be back. Side. Bag. Side. Bag. Now we save everything. This. Cave, big, corner A. Oh, that's good. That's really, really good to know. I was worried, honestly. No one was injured. That's really, really good. And yes, this is what Unreal Engine looks from the inside. Sorry if I take long to answer. I'm kind of focusing to not make a mess here. Corner, bottom corner. Yeah, you could call that. I mean, it's not much that I have to do here. Now we have this. These. Now I go over to this. And do the same. Now I'm not in the zone. Now I don't need to be in the zone anymore for this kind of stuff here. Those will be our buildings pieces, by the way. Our Lego blocks, if you want, so want to say, like, how we used each of those as a Lego block to create this. That's basically what's happening here right now. I think I imagine them as Lego, or what was the other one called? Duplo? I don't think anyone remembers Duplo anymore. Those were more for babies, but they had like the bigger blocks, but they were basically like Lego. Center corner. It's a typical thing from the 90s, early 90s, I would say. It just shows up that I'm old. Don't know exactly what happened last time. Last time I tried to save that, for whatever reason, we had then the entirety of Unreal Engine collapsed during saving. Now everything is fine. It has no problem generating those level instances. Cave, big top. Signed. Center sign. Okay, now we have our pieces here. The only one that's currently missing is those. We did not complete the tagging I see just now. For what we are about to test, the quick test, we don't need that. Level, real level instances, and that is top core. Now we go to our PCG to, oh boy, let's actually bring that all in. Small. Now we have selected all the smalls. Let's move that there. Maybe not. Not now, at least. If it says something about the source code any, better not. Big. Those. asset action, create PCG asset. And those are the ones we need. Those are the ones we need. Right here. And did I close it? Seem have to close. Edge detection. Yep, I seem to have closed it. Let's take it from here. Pan it out. Corner, side and core. There, that one. Here we have to use it. Need the bottom corner and we need the top corner. In order to test that. Now we are getting into the territory of this one here. We prepared all the data, so we just have to swap things out now. But I have to hydrate first. Static mesh spawner. Wait, why? Yeah, we need to copy the points. Okay, so we need a bunch of transform points. We need to figure out which one is which after a while, but basically each one of them is the bottom piece. could make that actually also a subgraph at one point. Hmm. Yeah. So the top there, then our points as the target. Okay. I just wanted to double check on that. So this is the source. This is the target. Right now, nothing is happening, as we can see. Let's turn off the debug for the corners. So somewhere here, let's actually
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
move that down. This one will be attribute, and the attribute is mesh. Now we have to see how much of a rotation do we need? Okay. Hmm. Oh, I know why. This is probably where we have to go into the level and then adjust it from the height. For right now, we declare it okay. Next one. That one does not need any editing. Good. And the next one. Next one is this one. That one needs a rotation of 180, I guess. That one is a rotation of 90. Also no, it's a minus 90. Maybe it is 180. Should put it in both. Yes. Then if that one was minus 90, that one is plus 90. And with that, we should have our bottom corners. We have to fix a few things, but it should work. Okay. Alright, sleep well, my dear. Yeah, we'll fill in the gaps here and maybe fixing the height a little, but that's all I will do today. So now we do basically the exact same, just that it will not be bottom, it will be top. Win-win, exactly. Should be all correct. Just the height is not correct, but that's a different issue. Bottom corners, those are the top corners. Now let's put that in and call those corners. So that one goes there. We go for this. Oh, oh. Do it on me. Um, hmm, oh, because of that. And should not have done it like that, but well. Too early. Too early. Now we bring them up. It deleted everything again for me. Ah, bye. Basically, all we have to do. Bring that. Bring all of that into here, then there. And the same here. There we go. Now we have that. that corrected again. And then we have the center corner, which basically is also the same thing. Just edit this then. Okay, that did work. Let's figure those out. The bottom sides. And the top. Fuck. Not like that. It's to be like that. Just saw that I have a little bit of a weird looking all come together. Go in here. That one is going in there. Not quite. Go in there. This going in there. Perhaps making it a little bit more compact looking. Oh yeah, we need a merge point node there and a merge point node here. Okay. That should make stuff better again. Like I'm overlooking something, but bottom corners. Top corners. Edges. That one comes up. That one goes up. That one goes up. Those high. Those are the corners. Them all up. We have enough space for this kind of stuff. Start with side floor. Every single one is wrong, or damn it. Let's see again. Start with this one. Whoops, that was not the floor. No, that's not the right one. This one will be 180. So that all the arrows should be on the inside. And they are. The rest is pretty much an offset from the level. Next floor. Surprisingly on the right side. Okay. 90. No, 90 is exactly the wrong direction. It's minus 90. The arrows have to be on the inside. That's why I put the arrows down in the first place, so I can see that. And last but not least, that floor, which is just 90 and should be correct. And is correct. Now I need the arrows to follow here all that way. Okay, now we can pretty much put that one down here. Duplicate it 2 times. Top, center. Have to erase those. Center gets this one. And ceiling gets, right, we call this floor, then we call this ceiling. Now we put all the ceilings here. 1, 2, 3, and 5. Again, the arrows should all be pointing inwards, which they do. Perfect. And then last but not least, this one. And yeah, we have everything but the top and the bottom. I should probably sort them to be top bottom ceiling and not the coordinate. But now we do have the ceiling left. Oh, and we should of course put the right stuff in. Bottom side is correct here, but not there and there. So top, then, and side is this. Now we have our colossus. So you're the target. And you are the stars. think the what we see now as a gap here and there's just positioning. But yeah, now that we have that, we can pretty much call it here. This is our big as room that we create from the inside, and it's look like this. Not quite sure if we can somehow trick it to be a little bit rounded. But for right now, that should do. That should do for now. We can randomize it more and stuff later. For right now, this is perfect. This is all we need. All I want to do really quick is cleaning it up. Corners floor. Corners ceiling. Corners center. Corners. This is side ceiling. Side center. Side floor. And sides. Now we can make that one really big. Bring them all together. You get there. Ceiling. God damn it, now I have that one more with me. Let's call it core ceiling. That way. All right, now it's tidied up. Now we can leave it like that. Can be happy with our result for now. Now, yeah, let's go and fix our levels. So we want to be unlit so that we can see stuff.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Pretty much. That, and let's have that one be a perspective from the side. This should do that. Maybe we should take the right side, so oh, unlit. That looked good. And okay, we have that one. It somewhat looks centered enough. Like that. Roughly like that. The grid as a help. Next one. Probably like that. Last one. Let's just keep it there. Better be safe. And now we'll return to here. A lot of them should be better placed now. That's interesting. Thanks for the output and the waterboarding. Well, we placed it. Let's make it this way. And transform point. Make vector. Wait, but not constant. Make vector. It's a vector 3. Hang on. Can I not just do this? No. And I cannot even do it like that. So I need a lot more space. Now like that. Here. This one was almost on point. Now would move would be even better. For some reason. Do it like that. There we go. Now everything is good. Almost. Yeah, it's the bottom level. The bottom side. It needs a little bit of fixing towards this side. And how much overhang do we have here? I feel like the top. Yeah, the top looks a little bit weird. And the bottom is not aligning. Which means we go to PCG PLA. Cave bottom side. Now it's a gamble a little. Wait, it's not a gamble, but I have to look again. If I think it was like that. I think it was like that. Let's double that check. Should be better now. Or worse. Okay, let's do it to the extreme. Take everything. and pull it way off here. If it's further in the inside, maybe that was too much. Pull it till here. It's further in the inside, we know whether we have to get closer. I feel like nothing changed. That could also be because I have to re-render. Um, I'm a bit confused. working. Now it should work. Not allowed to move the pivot, isn't it? This should be level instance. Now we go for that one. Here we have to take the same coordinates, but this and level added U. That seems about correct.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
It's about right so far. Interesting. Nothing I do apps with N. Hmm. I think I have to do that offset on every then. That looks about correct. The only thing that is not correct is the ceiling. We have to see about that at one point, but not now anymore. Huh? Huh? Okay, let's do 2 times. One is blue, the other one is red. If we take this one and take it away from this, we should not get this result. We should not have a space like that, because it's exactly one cube that is missing here. Exactly one. So because of that, can I not use binary? Yes, I cannot use binary. Okay, that one we have debugged. And the other problem is our height. Put that one in here. And then there. Here it should be fine. What the fuck? EGPLA top core. Continue. Yes. Don't care about the build data right now. However, we need to watch it from the side, which means you that much, so it should be like okay if I do it like that. And now if I come back, the ceiling should already be higher. Active. Let. But nothing happened for whatever reason. Clean up, generate. Does it really need both things to happen? Level added. Our pivot here. It's a bit lower. Nothing happened. I don't get it. I did nothing different than I did for preparing this right here. And yet still the ceiling doesn't align. we need to just stretch it a little. That one right here. Oh, and then I'm fucking dumb. I also can correct the. I forgot a very, very essential step, and now we probably do not need that. And we continue. What I forgot about is that those ECG data assets, they have to be updated like that. And now we probably also don't need that. So everything is okay right now. Yes. Only thing is here, which means, oh wow, what the fuck happened here? Yeah, that's fine tuning. Fine tuning I will do off screen. We go have a look where we go. We're gonna go. Gonna go. Let's see. The best candidate for right now. Would be a Myra, I think. Send her all the love, and we see each other tomorrow when we continue to fight the Benevolence. And yeah, I will fix the problems here in PCG. Next time we will look into intersections and stuff. So be tuned for that next Monday. We will raid over to a mirror. They were playing. We were here. So send them all love. Until then.